Powell. I'm your chair for tonight. We're going to lead off a set of committee meetings. I would like to start ours with motion to approve the policy committee agenda.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Patterson, second by Commissioner Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. First item after that is we have one speaker on the agenda. Speaker would like to talk to us about policy 9330, evaluation of staff. Tammy Williams, are you on Zoom? Oh, she's not on Zoom yet? Okay. I'm not sure how well we'll be able to circle back, so let's check back after item number 3. The next item on the agenda is the approval of our minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, second by Commissioner Adams. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Carries unanimous. Do you need, are we going to do electronic voting or shall I slow down?
No, you're good. I'll open it up once we get to the policies. I'll take it manually right now, and I'll open it up once you get to the policies.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Will the NISBA policy recommendations, 3B, there are none this meeting. Item 3C, Code of Conduct Committee, there is no report. Is that right, Charisma?
There's no report. The only update I wanted to let commissioners know is that the Code of Conduct Committee is coming to its last 2 meetings. For anyone who wants to attend, because I know some commissioners attended in the past, just let me know and I can send you the invite.
Is it, it's via Zoom, is it?
I'm not sure. They've been meeting by Zoom recently. I know the last one will definitely be in person, but the next one I'm not sure if they're going to choose Zoom or in person. But if you're interested, I can definitely let you know once I find out.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Ms. Williams on yet? Not yet. Okay. Let's move on to new business. 4A, Equity and Educational Excellence Policy 201. There's an overview in your board docs, and we have a member of the staff going to be speaking to us to give us an overview. And please introduce yourself to the audience, because I can't, I've drawn a blank on your name.
No problem.
I know I've seen you in the Zoom calls, but
No problem. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, Superintendent's Cabinet. My name is Nicole Lee Haynes, and I'm the Executive Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Curriculum Program Audit under the Office of Dr. Black, our Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. And I had the opportunity to basically provide some rationale for suggested adjustments at a subcommittee meeting, and then was invited here to provide that rationale once again. And I thank you so much to Ms. Charisma, who's going to scroll for us. And I do also want to say welcome to our community members and parents and community that are watching, and we appreciate you being here. And so I'm just going to go one line at a time as quickly as possible, similar to what we did in our previous meeting, if that's okay. All right. And so in our first paragraph, you'll see some changes in language that specifically speak to the historical impact of racism, which is the root of cause of the bias, prejudice, and discrimination that has impacted outcomes within our student population. This particular suggestion was to explicitly state the historical impact of racism so that we could develop strategies to undo that impact. And so our effort in the policy is just to be clear around how policy can lead to practice. So the clearer the policy is, the more accurate our practice will be. And so you'll see that there. And so you'll see some slight adjustments with words, and we talk here again, the impact that has been the predictability of learning outcomes based on race and other disaggregated groups. There's a slight change that we didn't make. It says predictability, and it should be, which is the root cause of bias, prejudice, and discrimination. For generations, the impact has been a predictable rather than predictably. So I just wanted to highlight that. In the next paragraph, you'll see that there is a statement that says that not only should ethnic diversity be valued, but it should be used as an asset for teaching and learning. This suggested statement is based on research by Gloria Ladson-Billings, which is also the research that is founded for our New York State Culturally Responsive Sustaining Education Framework. So not only should we value the differences, but we should use them as assets for learning. And Gloria Ladson-Billings' book, Dream Keepers, gives some great examples of how we can do that. In our next paragraph, this is an opportunity each time we have our presentation by our Chief Academic Officer or our Deputy Superintendent of Students Teaching and Learning, there's always a connection to our guiding principles. And so when you look at equitable access to high quality educational opportunities, that is a direct connection to our guiding principles of teaching and learning. And we wanted to make sure that both our guiding principles and our policy were aligned. In the next paragraph, you'll see that we suggested that the reference to then their peers. So I'm going to read the first sentence. We must directly confront institutional racism that results in predictably lower academic achievement for students of color. And the suggestion is that it ends there, that we cross out then their white peers. There's another text, I like to use research in my work, that speaks to excellence for equity, and the text encourages us to compare to 100%, right? So we're not trying to imply any level of superiority of any of our disaggregated groups. What we want to ensure is that 100% of our scholars in every category are achieving at grade level. And so the suggestion is never to compare group to group, but compare to 100%. And therefore, if one subgroup is not at 100%, then we have to bring our resources to bear to close that gap. So even if we're at 90%, there's a 10% gap. And so that needs to be the focus on making sure that we address any gaps, regardless of race. The next segment speaks again to our guiding principles. You'll see here that the concept of educational equity goes beyond equality, where all students are treated the same. Instead, true educational equity fosters a barrier-free environment where all students have the opportunity to equitable access to high-quality experiences and the support they need to flourish in those experiences, regardless of where they live or go to school. And so again, that is an alignment to the guiding principles of teaching and learning. In section 5, it speaks to any inequity. Nonetheless, rather than perpetuating the inequity that results in disparities, we must address and overcome inequity by providing all students with high-quality instruction and targeted academic and socio-emotional supports, which increase opportunities to succeed. That, again, is supported by research, that our efforts have to go beyond academic, but they have socio-emotional, but we're doing that as a district currently. And so we're aligning policy with not only research, but what we're currently doing to address academic as well as social-emotional needs. So we didn't want to leave that out. In our next section, you'll see an adjustment that is reflective of restorative practice. The piece that was taken out was school law enforcement, and the piece that was placed in was punitive measures. And so let me read the whole sentence so that it is clear. True equity involves differentiating resource allocation based on students' needs, providing specific targeted supports, a curriculum reflective and appreciative of the rich cultural heritage of our district students, and investment in restorative justice implementation rather than in punitive resources, right? Because the goal here, there's incredible work being done to be clear that solely punitive measures are not aligned with achieving equity. Restorative justice has been shown to increase access to students while teaching pro-social behaviors. And so we wanted to make sure that that was clear, that it's the restorative measure rather than the punitive measure that we're looking towards. In the second sentence of that part, this is a reiteration of our alignment with the guiding principles. It says, a student whose history and heritage are appreciated, celebrated, and used as tools for teaching and learning will learn better and have access to empowering, rigorous, and innovative learning. Again, that is aligned with research. So it's not enough to just celebrate the students, but we have to say, how do we use who you are as an asset for teaching and learning? One of the examples that's given in Gloria Ladson-Billings' book is where students do a Venn diagram that show comparison between themselves and the characters in the text. And so my diversity, my greatness can be compared to what is written in the text, and it excites me about the learning. And so just, again, making that emphasis around using diversity as a tool for teaching and learning. On our next section, the sentence was added, our highest leverage for achieving equity is supporting and enhancing the details of teaching and learning. And once again, equity is really about where our students are, not only when they're with us, but what are they into when they're no longer with us. And so when we pay clear attention to the details of teaching and learning, and I'll be clear that that includes social-emotional learning, our students will thrive beyond us. So we wanted to make sure that our policy was aligned to that. As you go down, you'll see formatting changes that were the result of the wonderful work that the policy committee is doing. In the section for eliminating systemic disparities, section 3 states, eliminate all practices that lead to racial predictability and disproportionality in all aspects of education and its administration. So we want to, before we can eliminate the outcome, we have to eliminate the practices, right? So we have to look at what we're doing that leads to disparity and stop doing that. We can't just say that disparity will end unless we specifically call out that we have to change practice. In section 4, under that component, it states, commit to ensuring that diversity, equity, inclusion, and excellence, fairness, equity, and inclusion are essential principles. So, excuse me for that. The second, just as a clarification, the second use of equity and inclusion should have been crossed out. This should be diversity, equity, inclusion, excellence, and fairness. So I apologize for that. All right, and then we come down. There were basically only formatting changes in the section that reads, ensure systemic equity. I encourage all members of the community and families who are watching, please take an opportunity once the updated policy is put up to read it for yourselves, because I won't have the opportunity to do that, but there's great information in here that applies to the work that we're doing in the Office of Teaching and Learning and in the Rochester City School District as a whole. Here it simply says in section 3, engaging family and community members with staff and students district-wide and at school and program sites in the development and implementation of culturally responsive and effective partnerships. The word there used to be appropriate, Culturally responsive is more accurate and more objective, because what's appropriate can be very subjective. What's responsive is more accurate in terms of the research. So in our next section, called leadership, previously this only read as an action for people that leaders supervise, but we wanted to make sure that leaders were included. So it says, RCSD leaders will ensure that equity guides their actions and the actions of those they supervise. Previously, it was only the actions of those they supervise, but as we know, equity has to drive the work of all leaders and those they supervise. And so that suggestion was made, and we do this in the service of improved academic results. Everything that we're doing is in the service of improved academic results. That includes the things that we're doing to ensure that our students have social-emotional supports. In our second, in the next section under leadership, we speak to recruiting, employing, supporting, retaining, and continuously developing. It used to say balanced, but now it says an effective workforce that reflects the diversity of the student body. The notion of balance is the fact that the staff will reflect the student body. But we don't just want them to reflect the student body, we also want them to be effective with our students. So we didn't want to leave that out. And we wanted to ensure that the RCSD will recruit equity conscious and culturally competent staff. And really looking at that equity consciousness. One of the questions that we've learned to ask ourselves is this action moving students closer to an educational opportunity? That's what we're thinking about when we talk about being equity conscious. Are all students having an equitable access to this particular sport or AP class or IB class? And so really keeping that equity consciousness in mind. And then as we move down in the leadership section, there's a slight change, again, to be completely aligned with our guiding principles. It says facilitating equitable access to high-quality co-curricular and extracurricular activities. We're not, we're really serious about making sure that high quality is well-defined and those attributes and criteria are there. Then in the section of teaching and learning, when you go down to what is now B, or maybe 2, collaborating as teachers and administrators to create and implement culturally responsive, equitable instructional practices. We're doing an excellent job across each content area to make observable what does equitable ELA instruction look like? What does equitable math instruction look like? So we want to make sure that regardless of who the content area director is, it's in policy that we should be thinking that way. We should be thinking about equitable instruction regardless of who sits in that seat. And so we wanted to be sure that that was clear in policy. The next line speaks to eliminating practices that lead to the over or underrepresentation of any student group, particularly by focusing on implementing high-quality instruction, creating affirming and welcoming environments, and reducing disproportionate use of expulsionary disciplinary practices with Black and brown students in the district. Again, we want the comparison to be to 100%. We want to be sure that we're not giving the illusion that if there is a gap between our Black and brown students and our white students, that there's no work to be done with our white students. There's work to be done with all students. So we crossed out the comparison of peers because we want the comparison to be to 100%. We want everyone thriving. And so, and again, that's vision, that's goal, that's what we're working towards. And so that, and also just to make another connection, the culturally responsive sustaining education framework, the first principle is creating a welcoming and affirming environment. Again, based on research. And we want to make sure that we do that because that's an instructional practice. A welcoming and affirming environment helps instruction to take place effectively. So we wanted to include that in policy. The next one is a slight change. Again, high quality educational opportunities to align again with our guiding principles of teaching and learning. And then we have, towards our end, equitable instructional practices. Again, a reference to the fact that you can observe instruction that is equitable. There are observable traits to that. It doesn't have to be nebulous, and we have some wonderful content area directors who are working on that under the direction of our Chief Academic Officer and our Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. And last but not least, if I didn't skip anything, which I don't think I did, good, try to make sure I did good with my numbering, is a more explicit statement in the implementation and monitoring. It says the board directs the superintendent to develop and implement a system-wide equity plan that operationalizes the policy and establishes metrics to determine measurable academic improvements for all RCSD students. So again, that was an opportunity for clarity. It pretty much says the same thing that it said originally, just being a little more clear. And I think that is our entire policy suggestions.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for that deep dive into the changes. And, you know, it really does help to hear the rationale. It's, and the way that the changes have been crafted, the why may not be explicit, but it's obvious, and it makes it nearly bulletproof. If you'll stay right there, I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments for you while you're here.
No questions. I do want to just recognize that language is intentional. Language, wording does mean things, and so I like the intentionality of moving things from versus equality versus equity, and making those distinctions is imperative, and also making sure that we've brought in some actionable language, things that will drive us to do something. So I just wanted to kind of lift that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President LaRon, you have something?
Yeah, two things. One, I actually still want to support the actual sentence that says rather than in-school law enforcement, I would support adding or punitive measures. And I want to state that specifically that not everyone looks at law enforcement as a punitive measure, unfortunately, and it is. And I fully support the language change to add punitive measures, because punitive measures are beyond law enforcement too, right? So it's not one or the other for me, so I would just say that that's my only amendment to everything else. Fully support. I also am curious if there's a regulation that's also being updated to this, or if there's a regulation on actual implementation that already exists for this policy. Just curious if that exists.
There's no regulation right now.
Okay, so I would just suggest that we actually consider having a regulation attached to this particular policy. It's just been my experience that policies in the district without a regulation to state specifically the how it's going to be implemented, although you have some embedded within the policy, it's really the regulations that dictates from the superintendent to the board and to the rest of the district how we're going to do it. And that's what I'm interested in ensuring that happens with this particular policy. And if there's not a regulation, that we develop one so that we can spell out the how we're going to achieve this particular policy is done with fidelity. We have to have a regulation on how we're going to get there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, would you like to respond to that?
So the one thing is, in here, it does talk about operationalizing a plan. I don't know if that is meant to be the regulation or not, but that is, I think, the interpretation of putting a plan that is then reported to the board on a yearly basis.
Can I just add to that? So yeah, if we had a plan, you can actually have the plan be the regulation too, as a way, and then have it updated yearly and have it be reviewed under the, under policy annually. If it has to be done annually, and we can look at the policy and the regulation to ensure that we're monitoring all the steps that need to be taken, where we're taking those steps, and so forth. So I'm good with that. But I just want to make sure we have something on the implementation side of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Because we don't want to keep Nicole standing if she doesn't have to. But, you know, this policy was originally introduced to our manual 5 years ago, and it probably reflects the best thinking of that day. But it just goes to show that, you know, as in all aspects of education, the concepts get more fully developed and more nuanced, and I really appreciate the language you've brought to the policy that reflects the nuance of the current state of the academics on this. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I did note 2 changes that Nicole spoke directly to that are not in the red line version. One was, first paragraph still reads predictability and should read predictable. And the second referred to an equity and inclusion phrase that was repetitive and needed to be deleted. Is there support for advancing this policy to the full board at this point in time? Yes, ma'am.
I would just, like I said, I'm fine with the language as it exists. And so this is more to my board colleagues, just keeping in-school law enforcement or punitive measures in there. That's all. I don't know if we have the support for it, so.
Sorry. I don't know if we have the support for that or not. I've got to hear what the rest of the board has to say. The language there, maybe we have to review it again, Nicole, if you would like to speak to that particular paragraph. I've gone and closed my board docs. I apologize. I've got to open everything up again.
It's actually similar to what Commissioner LeBron spoke to, and that is... Thank you. The notion was that law enforcement is not the only punitive measure. And so if we say punitive measures, we're being inclusive, but I'm also hearing Commissioner LeBron's point that she'd like it to be explicit. I don't think that it destroys the communication as long as we understand that law enforcement is not the only punitive measure.
Right.
So having them both, we could support that.
So the current sentence is actually very long. And so let's read it as it is written. True equity involves differentiating resource allocation based on students' needs, providing specific targeted supports, a curriculum reflective of and appreciative of the rich cultural heritage of district students, and investment in restorative justice implementation rather than punitive measures, period.
And so
If the proposal is rather than enforcement and, rather than school law enforcement and punitive measures, is that consistent?
that's what I was interpreting the suggestion to be.
That
Is-
sounds like it.
Is that something that everyone is comfortable with?
She was saying the school law enforcement and punitive measures, so putting an and between the two.
Yeah,
If you said it like that.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to say that they're not exclusive to one another. They could be viewed as both. So and or is fine.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing a lot of support for
I
that. I'm
support
seeing
that.
at least 3 heads nodding in addition.
And can I just shout out the opening to this policy as far as being so explicit in regards to calling out the impact of racism being the root of bias. And I love that the language is there because it's so important that we not tiptoe around the reality. And so this is just really well put together, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I take that as an opportunity to give a shout out to the Racial Equity Advocacy Leadership Team, which is one of the groups that supports my thinking and they're adamant about being clear and explicit because that's the only way we can have actionable practice. And so I appreciate that team in supporting that thinking.
Thank you.
I just have a comment,
Please.
not necessarily to you, Nicole, but
Well,
that,
hold that thought then. Did I see, Camille, did you have your mic on to ask Nicole something?
No, I acknowledge some additional language in here.
Oh,
We had an
okay.
exchange. Thank you.
So thank you for coming back to the mic. Madam President, you had a comment?
so we're getting a policy. So now is the time to deal with the issues that 80% of white teachers and staff in this district have. And I'm not blaming people. We grew up in a racist society. But we have to acknowledge that there is racism, that there's bias in how we approach, and particularly in how we are approaching our students. You know, people come into this district with a mindset of what they may see on television. How can we make sure that a different mindset is being delivered in the classroom, a mindset that deals with equity, right? And so part of that has to do, I believe, with curriculum and what we are teaching our kids around people of color who participated in the success of this nation. And I think that, you know, people may resist it, because I believe some people on this board resist it, but we have to look at what white supremacy looks like. We got to look at what white supremacy, it cannot always be black folk who are on the defensive. It's also got to be white people recognizing that white people's got some racial issues. We're not blaming it. We all grew up in this society, but just recognize it and deal with what white supremacy look at. And I also put this on the table because people may not want to understand this, but if white supremacy is no longer there, what do white people look like? That's a whole nother conversation that people may not want to deal with, but I think that's where the fight is always. People are trying to continue and retain an identity, and that identity is slowly going away. Because when you look at the demographics of this nation, and that's the fight about the wall there in Texas and stuff. They don't want this nation to brown, but you can't control that. If you look at what's happening in Alabama, the death rate in Alabama is exceeding the birth rate. Now, they've got people who are immigrated in there, but the death rate is exceeding the birth rate. And so we really got to look at, around professional development, what kinds of courses can white people take who have this bias, and it just admit to the bias, right, to yourselves, and let's get the training for it. I know that in the past there's been resistance to this kind of training, but it's going to have to happen, because if we don't do what we've got to do for our students in this district, we're going to see the kind of stuff we're seeing out there in the community. When people are saying, people have said in the past, well, you know, it's not my problem, it's those people. Listen, it's happening everywhere now. Those kids are crashing in the stores and everywhere, so it's all of our problems. We got to fix this. We got to fix this as a nation, or we're going to die as a nation if we don't fix it. All right, thank you.
Second. Can we clarify the motion to include the three, can I get a clarification on your motion to include the three changes discussed today?
Motion.
Whatever those changes were, that's the motion that I made, because I wasn't
Second.
listening to that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so moved by Commissioner Elliott, second by Commissioner Malloy. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you. Dijon, do we have our speaker yet? Oh, okay, we did our best. If she comes back in, I mean, the policy that she wished to discuss is farther down on our agenda, so I'll keep checking. All right. All right, thank you, colleagues, for getting us through policy 201. Our next policy is school board conferences, conventions, and workshops. This one we were holding, this is a NYSBA recommended policy We were holding it for feedback from Dr. Jallo because her role as the monitor gives her some discretion over how we exercise this, especially if the conferences are out of state, require out-of-state travel. But I've been assured that since board policies do not supersede state law, but rather the other way around, the state law that governs the state monitor's appointment adds to all of the existing conditions of, that apply to policy 2521, as it was presented to us from NISBA, understanding not very many school districts actually have state monitors, so it doesn't apply to their generic policy template. So, the language of policy 2521 is in your board docs packet and up on the screen for our watching audience. Are there any comments or observations about this policy?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am?
That it weirdly says that the superintendent is going to compile, maintain, and distribute the calendar listing of conferences and conventions. I've never had a superintendent do that, and that has always been a function of our board clerk or a board staff member. So I just want to amend that language there so that it explicitly says Board of Education staff, because I think it should be at the discretion of whoever is board clerk. How that gets delegated out, I don't personally care, as long as it gets done, but certainly should never fall on a superintendent.
I think in smaller school districts that don't have their own staff, that might be right, but your observation is spot on. And if you would like to recommend that we advance this with that change, I would certainly accept that.
Okay.
So you're moving this for forwarding with that
I didn't know if anybody else
change?
had anything else.
Is there a second for that?
So I'll move it with changes.
Second. I thought Commissioner Adams spoke up. Did you mean to second that?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay. I don't want to take it away from you, Commissioner Malloy, but I did hear some.
Other stuff with it, but I think maybe this is probably not the time for that. To be honest, I'm concerned about the reimbursement for, you know, I'm a grown man. I definitely be eating more than $7 worth of food on any given time. I don't know what the reimbursement rate is, but it's too low. That's what I know. And so I had to say that, because that's honesty. We're not being covered for a real meal. I'm about to take me some oodles and noodles with me. Oh, these for real.
Well, I don't know, to each their own. When I go to a conference, I usually eat very well just on what they present in the, during the program, so.
So we don't always get covered. There's a lot of meals that most suppers we don't get. And then if you do transitions during the conference, like we did, there was one day we couldn't get no lunch because the district would have been charged for extra night because we had to get our hotel room. There's all kind of little obstacles that come up, and there needs to be a little better plan for my, I'm not working. I'm in retirement, and so I have to budget myself.
Unfortunately, you are correct that it's kind of outside our purview because the reimbursements are strictly overseen by not only our people, but the comptroller looks at that very carefully and makes sure that we aren't out of line in our reimbursements. So you're kind of right. You have to take it up with the. Okay.
Well, can I just add?
Sure.
Conversation. I do want to say, though, Commissioner Adams brings up a point From this last conference we went to and some of the issues we've encountered, I want to uplift that our staff also encounter these issues with less resources and the ability to like contact the superintendent on a weekend or staff to like figure out from finance how we're going to transition or deal with some issues, unfortunately. And it did leave the majority of us saying we need to come back and have a conversation around conferences in general. So I love that this is a starting point, but I think that that conversation actually needs to happen because even internally for us, we can't, this has been my experience, and I'm just going to speak from my experience. When I started in the district, having worked in many organizations from very small CBOs to much larger organizations like MCC who have thousands of employees and multiple sites as well, the difference is processes and procedures. And there is no good process procedure for us for conferences. I think we've winged by default a procedure of like letting staff know we want to attend, telling them the dates, but then we have our staff unfortunately having to kind of maneuver and search for even times for us and then calling that cannot work. That is not a good process. I just want to say that, and it's extremely frustrating because we also, there are things that we can have foresight for traveling. Every single trip, there should be some foresight, like out-of-pocket expenditures and things like that. But because it's not part of the conversation of even the process, people sometimes are not even prepared properly to encounter an issue when they're traveling out of town. So I say that because we need to actually have a conversation about what it currently looks like and what it needs to be. And finance has to be involved in that conversation because I know, I will say this, our previous CFO, it's not clear to me from the conversation with that individual, whether it was a policy or law that prohibits the card situation. And these ghost cards don't always work at every hotel, and then we're encountering that. And so, again, I want to uplift this because there are staff who can't even afford to go to the trainings with our current processes and procedures. And that defeats lots of purposes of being even able to pay for them and give them the opportunity that they can't even take because nobody that I personally know has 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 that they can just put out of their household that don't go to their family supports and living and then wait weeks on end to get reimbursed when the district's going to reimburse.
Or
nobody.
months on end.
Months on end. Nobody that I know, but certainly not teachers and other staff in the district with their salaries. It's just not realistic. So I do think if we're going to move forward with this, that we do this with the greatest fidelity in the policy itself versus even just a conversation about what the procedures and processes are going to be, and that we just make it a policy. And we expand this one. So we use this as a base, but expand it further.
I do want to say that we are working with finance to kind of look at our practices. There were some changes with hotel regulations that made it hard for us to do some, to do some paying. So we are looking internally at what our process can be. We did bring things in very, very tight, and therefore don't have any sort of ability to do anything wiggle room-wise for board staff, for our teaching staff, for a lot of people. So we are looking at it. I think there was actually a date already put on the calendar within the next couple of weeks to do this. So.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say ditto.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so we have a motion on the floor and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of advancing this policy to the full board? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next policy is, hold on. Part of the superintendent series, the 3000 series, we have a presentation. Charisma, are you ready to take that one on?
Yes. So The policy subcommittee reviewed the Superintendent 3000 series. And as a reminder, this is the roadmap where it was in subcommittee, but this time around it didn't go through the other steps. It came straight here to policy because it's on the superintendent. And so the policies are as follows. The superintendent of schools, policy 3100. The significant change is that the superintendent's term was updated to align with state law. NESBA has said that this policy is okay. Recruitment of the superintendent, policy 3111, no significant changes, and NESBA has stated that this policy is also okay. Policies, so superintendent's contract 3130, superintendent's compensation and benefits 3131, administrative organization 3200. All three are being recommended to be rescinded, and NESBA has said that these policies can be removed as it offers little meaningful policy guidance. Administrative councils, cabinets, committees, policy 3220, no significant changes. This policy is okay by NESBA. Organization chart 3230, no significant change. The organization chart has been added as an exhibit based on NESBA's recommendation. And then development of regulations, policy 3310. The deliverable added for review of regulations by the new superintendent has been added at the bottom of the policy. And NESBA has stated that this policy is okay. Currently, there's only one policy out in this batch that's still under review, which is duties of the superintendent, policy 3120. And so if these policies are forwarded out of the meeting tonight, by April's business meeting, they will be voted on.
Thank you so much, Charisma. So taking these one at a time, our first policy for consideration is 3100. We don't, the policy itself is attached to item 4E. Is there a motion to advance this to the full board?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Patterson, second by Commissioner Malloy. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 4H, policy 3130. I'm sorry, I'm skipping one. Policy 3111, the recruitment of the superintendent. The language of this is, has been tailored to be as permissive as possible, allowing for the board to choose any number of approaches to recruiting a superintendent, whether it be a committee of board members, or a search firm. Is there anyone willing to advance this to the full board?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Elliott, second by Commissioner LeBron. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Here, okay, it carries unanimously, thank you. The next three items are, the proposal is to rescind them, all three of the next three, 3130, 3131, and 3200. If we are of one mind on that, we can do that as a bundle. Is there anyone?
So
I think Commissioner Patterson moved and Commissioner Elliott second. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, So we are advancing the recommendation to rescind, just to be clear on what the motion was, okay? The next policy is 3220. And 3200 was one of the three that we rescinded, recommended rescission. 3220 is administrative councils, cabinets, and committees. I'm just going to pull up the changes. This is a very short policy with just some formatting changes. Is there a motion to advance this to the full board?
Motion.
Second.
I didn't catch who.
Commissioner Simmons.
Okay,
second.
Commissioner Simmons and then Commissioner Malloy. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. The next one is 33, let me make sure, the org chart, 3230. Yeah, that's right, 3230. I just want to pull up is it, we don't have it yet. 3230. This essentially just allows us to, a place to present our org chart for the public and basically imposes a burden on the administration to make sure that it's current in our policy manual at all times through the exhibit. Okay? Is there a motion to, and there are a couple, I have a motion to
Second.
approve. Second. Commissioner Elliott and then Commissioner Malloy. Discussion?
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Where is this organizational chart supposed to live according to the policy, though?
In an exhibit, as you'll see, cross-references org chart 3220E1, and so that would exist right behind the policy in the manual and would be updated whenever the organization changes, that document would have to be updated in the policy manual, okay?
Okay. Is there a way to also just put that it'll be on our website for people?
Well,
I don't think the organizational chart should be embedded only in policies or the regulations, because that's not people's natural instinct to go and search in an organization for an organizational chart. So my ask is just for greater transparency for the community so that they also know who are the chiefs, who are the folks that make up this organizational cabinet, if you will, that they're able to access that through the superintendent's landing page on the website.
I take your point, exactly.
Thank you.
So what happens is that 3220E, the exhibit, is usually in the policy manual, it's a link. That same link could, and should be presented within our website in a more prominent place, absolutely. But it
Good
would be the
evening,
same
Commissioners.
document, it would just be a link.
It is already listed in the About portion of the district website. However, due to recommendations related to IT concerns for security, the positions are listed, not the names.
Okay. So, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Policy 3310, Development of Regulations. 3310. There's a slight change. The previous one, the existing policy on regulation, did I say that right? Actually calls for the board itself to develop and adopt regulations, which is kind of ludicrous because by definition, regulations are the purview of the superintendent. So that the language about the board developing it has been stricken, and language correctly attributing that role to the superintendent has been added. That is the proposal. Is there a motion?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Elliott, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Discussion. Yes.
I do like that each new superintendent shall conduct a review of any pre-existing superintendent's regulations. I would also add policies in there, policy and regulations, and I would also give it a time frame to leave it open. Again, when I got on the board, we had a superintendent who had been here already and could not tell you policies. In fact, went on television during a local crisis for us that was heartbreaking, and couldn't even tell the media the policies. So I actually never want to be in that position again. That was not me, that was the previous superintendent. However, when any employee starts a job, it's a standard practice to say, here's our materials to read through, policies, procedures. Typically, you're allowed to do it on your own time. It's not required for you to sit there and but you are asked to do so within a certain time frame. It just depends on the organization. I would be comfortable with 6 months to even a year to really review all of our policies and regulations, because the job of a superintendent is like a board member. You're jumping on a running train, and you just got to get on and catch your footing. So that would be my only recommendation, is to add a timeline, whether it's 90 days, 6 months, or a year, but that requires and ensures that the superintendent, whoever they are reading the policies and procedures and regulations.
I take your meaning and understand your point exactly. That's been a frustration of mine as well, but I'm going to refer you to our legal counsel as to why we decided not to make that proposal.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Brown, you raised a good point. I think due to the sheer number of policies and regulations and time, especially when you have a new superintendent if you have a new superintendent whose attention is going to be pulled in so many directions, I think a definitive timeline on that in some ways kind of sets them up to be in violation. And I've always been of the belief that if you're not going to follow a policy, don't commit it to paper. Now, again, we have a current superintendent, who, may have an opinion on that. But I think, again, as you think about the sheer scope of what a superintendent takes on when they come on to the district in terms of duties, setting a specific timeline. Again, think about how long it has taken to get through our policies, and we still have many to go, and you have multiple folks working on it. So, and a superintendent, and again, I think the language is broad enough, and it says conduct a review. I mean, technically, a superintendent could get presented with, a book of regulations and say, hey, I read it through it all, in one night, I'm good with everything, and just leave everything as is. So, I don't know that a specific time frame adds value, but if that is something that is, important to the board, or something that is, that our current superintendent has some input on or some opinion on, it's possible. So I don't think there's anything prohibiting it. It's just a matter of does it add value, and whether it sets up a superintendent to be in violation of a board policy.
So and I get that piece too, which is why I said I'm open to the timeline. But I do want to stress that, and this is not our superintendent right currently, so nothing to Dr. Peluso, so I'm going to be real clear. But I do think that any superintendent that goes into any district, that should be like one of their first priorities of their own homework, essentially, that they're doing, is reading the policies that they're running a district under. And because of that gap there, I do think there have been times where superintendents essentially violated our own policy because they just didn't know that that was the policy in that moment. I've seen it. The other piece, though, is that we did have one superintendent who I remember had to sign the regulations and did that because they wanted to ensure that they read them all and that they had laid eyes on them, if you will. And that was fine too, but I thought it's also my understanding every superintendent that comes in is supposed to update the regulations by signing them. So I just want to put that out there too. But I still personally would like to advocate for a time frame. Again, I'm not asking that any superintendent memorizes all of our policies, but they should have laid eyes on every single policy and regulation that essentially is guiding some of this work too. So I would be, I'm not going to die on this hill, but I do think we have to have the standard. And I just want to say, like, as we have these conversations about having high standards for our staff and our students, we got to do it for ourselves and our super too. So I just want to put that out there. Thanks.
So as we were working through this policy, it did come to our attention that the policies, the regulations that we currently have all been initialed by a previous superintendent. Dr. Peluso has only been here since December, so it's no diss on him, right? But it has become obvious that all of the regulations do need to be reviewed, and I have asked that the regulations that are currently in the book with previous superintendent's initials on them be replaced with a more recently dated regulation at the very least, even if nothing changes in the language of it. But to focus on the points that you just made, Commissioner LeBron, I think that part of the responsibility, the ongoing responsibility of the policy committee is to hold the superintendent accountable for the policy language and as well as regulation language. A lot of times when we farm out the work of reviewing the policy, that goes directly to the most senior members of his staff, and that superintendent might not be entirely engaged in the policy review process. I can tell you that Dr. Peluso has been present at the meetings, at the subcommittee meetings, and so has been engaged in that policy review. And so, you know, it's our responsibility to hold him accountable, and the mechanism, I would argue, to do that is through policy committee. Okay?
I have not seen it, so I just want to put that out there up to this point.
So I would entertain a motion to advance this policy as, oh, I'm sorry, you have a observation?
Statement.
A statement, sure.
I also support the Vice President and her recommendation. Anyone that is overseeing almost $1 billion corporation organization should be aware of all policies, rules, and regulations. Just like any other corporation or any other business, the CEO is responsible for any policies, rules, or regulations. So I think in this situation that, given a year even for review, that's a large point of time for an individual to go through our policies and things like that. So given the time and the scope, I know he's very busy, but then again, he's responsible for these policies and regulations. So I'm going to support the Vice President on her recommendation.
Any other feedback on that? No? Well, we could go a couple of ways. We could send this back to subcommittee. We could have the discussion here, or we could vote on the policy as it exists right now. Is there a motion as it exists right now?
We already motioned it, right?
Oh, did we?
And
Oh,
seconded
I
it.
beg your
Yes,
pardon.
yes.
Okay, can you remind us who moved and seconded?
President Elliott moved it, and then Commissioner Malloy seconded
Oh,
it.
thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Malloy. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. So we'll just, if there's further discussion, the obvious path would be is if it fails, it would go back to subcommittee and we would engage in a conversation about timeframes, knowing full well that that's the only thing under debate right now. Okay?
Can we remove the motion if we want?
to vote? Like, how do you want to do that? I'm willing to accept it as is,
I
in
mean,
all
there's,
honesty.
I would say it's already been motion, second, and discussed.
Just
I
vote
think
on
just
it.
vote, and whichever way it goes will determine whether it goes back to the
Yep.
committee or not.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to advance this policy as presented to full board at the next business meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed?
Nay. I mean, it's
I
fine.
have 2 nays? 3 nays. So it carries 4-3. Okay. Democracy in action. Okay, all right. Where are we now? We are at policy. Is Ms. Williams with us yet?
Oh, hold it.
She is.
Yeah.
Well, we have,
Ricardo.
Yeah.
we're coming up on the section that would be relevant.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell, I just want to get clarification because I know one of the commissioners voted no by mistake on the policy you guys just voted on. So I just want to be clear about, who's saying yes and who's saying
Okay.
no.
So,
So let me be clear about what I did. I had voted, I had voted yes, yay, but I clicked no by accident.
I haven't even
So that was my issue. I
oh,
voted
okay.
yay.
I haven't even seen the online voting. Maybe because I'm not logged in or something, but.
So it went 4-3.
You voted yes, so that's
Okay.
how it was.
So have you captured?
So that's why I'm like, I want to be clear. So it should be 3 no's and
Yeah.
4
4
yeses,
yeses.
with Vice President LeBron, Commissioner Beloy, and Commissioner Patterson saying no, correct? Okay, I think so.
Okay,
I messed up my vote too, apparently.
okay. Now, I think we only had one more, I'm sorry, Charisma, help me with, we have another presentation, right, on the 9,000
Yes, the
series?
9,000 series.
We don't have anything else before that, so if the speaker is ready, we have a speaker on policy 9330, and if we hear from her first, then we will be able to have that in the back of our minds as we see the presentation and go through the individual policies, okay? Oh, she wrote in the chat that she'll just listen, okay. All right, so Ms. Williams, if you're listening, know that you have an opportunity to speak when those policies reach the first reading and second reading during our business meetings. So if you do have something you want to say at that time, you are welcome to come to those business meetings, and you'll have 3 minutes, okay? All right. Charisma, we're ready for the 9,000 series, I think.
Okay. So the 9,000 series employees was also reviewed by the policy subcommittee and followed the roadmap that we normally follow for the policy review. And so equal employment opportunity, 9110, no significant changes. This policy has been moved to 0100. We did not, the subcommittee did not recommend moving it there because we already have a district policy with that number. Criminal history background checks, 9200, no significant changes. NESBA has recommended that this policy offers little meaningful guidance beyond the law and there is no requirement to keep it. This would be better suited for a handbook. Recruitment, hiring, and residence initiative policy, 9240, no significant changes. NESBA has recommended, is this program still available? If not, this policy needs to be revised, sample included, and may need to be revised per current program rules. Evaluation of staff policy 9330, no significant changes, and NESBA has updated this policy. And then domestic partner benefits policy 9440, the recommendation is to rescind. NESBA has recommended that this may now be covered in collective bargaining agreements. If so, please remove this policy. If not, Please review carefully to ensure it reflects the current practice of the district and intent of the board. And so currently, we have 3 policies that is still under review. Incidental teaching, 9460, staff substance abuse, 9610, and then the whistleblower policy, 9645. And so if these policies are forwarded out of the policy committee tonight, they will appear at the April business meeting for a vote.
Thank you for keeping us on track, Charisma, as usual. So as the presentation shows, the first 4 policies really only contain formatting changes from what's in our manual today. I would entertain a motion to bundle them if you're, to advance them. I have a motion to.
Motion
for all
to-
4 from Commissioner Patterson.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner
To
LeBron.
bundle the ones with no significant changes, only some of the formal edits of like spacing.
Yeah, so that does not include 9540, correct? Because I have a question on that one.
That's correct. It
Okay.
does not include 9540.
Okay, I have a question on
It's just
that
the
one.
first 4
Okay.
that we do intend to keep.
Yep.
I had, so the moved by Commissioner Patterson, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Aye. And these 4 will be advanced to the full board. Policy 9540, the recommendation is to rescind. The origins of this policy are that the community advocated that the district establish a domestic partnership policy so that benefits such as health benefits could be extended to LGBTQ plus partnerships, specifically where marriage was not an option, because when that policy was created, there was no law allowing for gay marriage. So that has changed in New York State. This policy only applied to the LGBTQ plus community because it was not an option under law. So I think we should declare victory and rescind the policy. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'm going to say everybody moved.
I know, all of us, like.
I'll give it to Commissioner Adams because his voice was the loudest, I think, and then Commissioner Malloy, was it? I don't know.
Yes.
So, any discussion?
Yeah, I had, but I thought they had discussion. You were saying.
No, the debate was just about who actually moved and
So,
seconded it.
so that helps. I thought that my concern was that, we have groups of people that are not a part of the bargaining agreement, meaning
No, it
at
wasn't.
least food service workers is what I thought at one
No.
point.
Right, no, it's not that. It doesn't have anything to do with that particularly, no.
All of our employees are part of the
They are now, at one point, they were not. There were part-time food service workers that were not. So I wanted to, my question was, it could be now, but there were some part-time, in fact, they were not even included in getting increases.
Yeah,
And they
part-time's
brought,
gone out. There's no benefits typically for part-time employees in almost every organization.
Yeah,
Not in mine.
Commissioner LeBron, your mic is off.
yeah, not in my, no, they're benefits.
Okay.
Their benefits, and part-time workers were getting, but I think because they were working, their hours were lower than what was considered for part-time, is why they didn't qualify, because there were some folk that came to me about getting increases, because they had not had any increases in years, and we were able to do that. But my point was, with regard to this, is that if we're talking about having this to be a part of the collective bargaining agreement, my question was, what about those employees who may not be covered by a contract? that this may impact. But I was not thinking of this as being really a LGBT driven policy necessarily, but a domestic policy that includes everyone. And we've got a group of, or we did have, and this goes years back, that we had a group of staff who were not covered by collective bargaining arrangements. And so if we could check that out, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. The motion, to repeat, is to advance the recommendation to rescind to the full board. It still has to go through all of the steps for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to weigh in. So,
But my vote is no.
note on rescinding. Okay. Did you get that, Charisma? Okay. We are completely through section 4. The next item on the agenda for discussion is, for many months now, we've been comparing and contrasting our policy 0300, our policy 2000 to the NYSBA recommended policy 0300. And we worked our way through the first 3. Is that correct? Is that right, Charisma? We've gone through the first 3 bullet points.
Yes, we're now on number 4.
And I think, based on the discussion earlier today, there's at least 2 points that I think folks are going to be pleased with my proposal. One was on conferences and training, and the other was, one was on conferences, the other was on training. But let's just review the first 3. Sorry, I know you raced right through those first 3, because I want to give everyone one more chance to weigh in on the language of the right-hand column is the language that we're currently proposing would become the language of policy 2000 when we're finished. One bullet item would be to employ and evaluate a superintendent of schools in accordance with policy 320, capable of ensuring the school personnel carry out, I think that's supposed to be carry space out, Charisma? The policy is of the board. Policy 0320 is one that we just covered today, so. Is everyone still comfortable with that language? All right. The next one, the language, by sort of melding and merging all these options, we came up with evaluate progress toward achievement of district long and short-term goals and ensure that board policies and resources effectively support the district vision. Is everybody still comfortable with that? Can you, okay, you'll have
Just a technical question for you or Charisma, with the numbers, what are the numbers on the side of these?
Yeah, so our original policy was numbered 1 through 5. We took, when we matched these up to what the to what the NYSBA policy proposed, they also had numbers in them. So the numbers in each of these boxes in the PowerPoint reflect the numbers from the original document.
From our policy or from
Both,
NYSBA's?
both.
Oh, both.
In
Okay.
column 1, the number reflects the number that was in our policy 2000. In the middle column, those are the bullet points, if you will, that were in NYSBA's recommended. And we kind of, Charisma and I kind of grouped things into logical chunks, and that's what we came up with.
Okay, got it.
Right.
That makes sense. Thank you, because I was trying to follow along, but the numbers were throwing me off because
Yeah.
they're a little bit back and forth, but I
Right.
get it.
Well, and in fact, the number 5 that you see on this screen would definitely scramble our brains because we're not necessarily in any number at this point. Okay. So if we can go to the third slide, the language here is identify the educational and technological needs of the community and industry to transform such needs into programs aimed at stimulating students and preparing them for future careers, and regularly assess quality and equity of the district. It's a little clunky, but it's the best we could do. If anyone has like a way to finesse that between now and when we're really done, I'm open to that finesse, okay? If we can go ahead to the next slide. The next 3, either we had language or NYSBA had language, and they don't really overlap, so I'm proposing that we keep our language and their language. So on slide 4, I'm proposing that we keep that bullet point as we wrote it 2 years ago. And for the viewing audience, that is, provide leadership in order that the board's goals can be effectively carried out. Board action should be confined to policy making, planning, and appraisal, with the board delegating authority to the superintendent for implementation of policies. That's what we wrote 2 years ago. Is anyone not comfortable with that language anymore? Okay. If, with your consent, we can move on to the next slide, which is provide appropriate staff and board training opportunities. This gets right to what Commissioner Elliott was talking about in terms of training, especially on the equity and racial, what language? I forgot the language we were using then, but sensitivity, that's not the way it came out in the discussion, but you get my meaning. So right now, we don't have anything in our board goals requiring us to come up with a strategy for providing training opportunities. So I'm in full support of this NYSBA language. Any discussion on that point? Hearing none, that's the proposal. And the last, and this would finish our work on board goals after 4 months. The last one came from NYSBA, and it reads, fulfill governance responsibilities as are required by state and federal law. Because we are, in fact, agents of the state when we serve as elected members of the board. And whether our policies cover it or not, we do have an obligation to abide by the state law. Any discussion about that? Is there more? Okay. And the last one. Work closely with the community to ensure that board actions and performance take into consideration the concerns and aspirations of the community. This is one that the board felt very strongly about when it was developing its goals and metrics, that first and foremost, we represent our community. And it's important that the community's voice is present in our work. So I'm recommending that we continue that. And if everyone's comfortable with each of those pieces, I would then ask for a motion to advance the revised Policy 2000 as expressed in the third column second by Commissioner Malloy.
Offering discussion?
Discussion?
Yeah, so I happened to be out the other night, and I'm talking about the work closely with community to ensure that board actions and performance take into consideration the concerns and aspirations of the community. And I was told that I am not representing the community, right? So I think we, in terms of this goal metric, it really is relative, I mean, we can do the best that we can do, but, everybody is not going to be pleased with you. But, we have people to come in to speak before our committees and our business meeting. We're reaching out, we're talking to people, but there are going to be some people that feel that, I think they asked me if I was going to be, that sort of I've toned down, if you will, and if I'm running for seeking another position. And what it is that my transformation in Christ, that's what's going on. So, but they think that I'm trying to move on somewhere else. But I just wanted to say that it's relative, so we can all do the best that we can do. And once we've done what we can do, we have to give it to the Most High God, and leave it where it is, because everybody is not going to be satisfied with the work that we do. But if we know that we are doing this from the core of who we are, then, that's all that we can do. So I just wanted to put that on the table, that, this is a policy, and we may not be able to adhere to it or meet it the way some think we should be meeting it. But we can only do what we can do,
So, the community is not a homogeneous group.
Yeah.
It has its advocates in different pockets, and some of them are in competition with each other. So I'm going to get a little personal here and say, I was raised a Presbyterian, and the polity of the Presbyterian Church, and I was also an elder of the church, which meant I was in a decision-making position. And the general belief amongst Presbyterians is that God works through the body, not the individual, but through the body.
Yeah.
And so I kind of come to this work in the same way. We can and will disagree, but it's to the extent that we can come to consensus or,
Yeah, I can sleep at night, so
There you go.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
So I hope you all could forgive my little personal anecdote there. But any other comments on the work that we've just completed? If any, like I said, on that one page, page 4 of the slides, if anyone has any language they'd like to suggest to fine-tune that, we can still do that even as it leaves this committee. Do I already have a motion on the floor? I do.
Yeah, it was.
That's right, Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Malloy.
Yes.
So, any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Did we get through everything? I guess there's no executive session. We do have a survey, and then I will be turning the meeting over to the Audit Committee. So while we're filling out the survey, could I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Elliott, seconded by Commissioner Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Audit Committee Chair, do you need a 5-minute
Let's do
break, personal comfort break for those who need to use the bathroom?
Survey's not coming up on mine.
Well,
I
you
may
shouldn't,
not be logged in.
well, you shouldn't have to be.
Yeah, it's here.
I was not logged in, so let me see. Yeah.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break and return at 7:15 for the Audit Committee report. Good evening. I'm Commissioner James Patterson, the Audit Chairperson. I would like to call the Audit Committee meeting of the whole to order. Before I begin with the items, I'd like to take some personal time and read something, into the minutes, or actually not only to the board but to the public. Kind of making light, a little bit more light of myself. It's a nursery rhyme, believe it or not, but please allow me a few minutes, it'll make more sense on the end. So Mary had a little lamb, his fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. He followed her to school each day, 'twasn't even in the rule. He made the children laugh and play to have a lamb at school. And then the rules all changed one day. Illegal it became to bring the Lamb of God to school or even speak his name. Every day got worse and worse, and days turned into years. Instead of hearing children laugh, we heard gunshots and tears. What must we do to stop the crime that's in our schools today? Let's let the Lamb come back to school and teach our kids to play. So if that resonates with, some individuals, if not the public. But after a few personal comments were made by my colleagues, I figured that I could pull something out, and hopefully it all resonates with someone. So continuing forward, item number 2, there are no speakers addressing the audit agenda. Item number 3, review and acceptance of the minutes from the December 6, 2022 audit chair of the whole, or committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second.
So
Moved by
again, let me,
Commissioner Powell and second by Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Simmons, I'm sorry.
the motion carries.
You haven't voted.
All right, you threw me off just now because I wasn't, so I'm going to continue to read what I have and then take the vote again. So you received the minutes for our last audit committee meeting on December 6, 2022. Can I have a motion to accept the minutes from the December 6 audit committee meeting?
That was me.
All right,
That was me.
Commissioner Powell?
Powell
And a second?
It was Commissioner Simmons.
Second again.
All right, can we have a verbal vote?
Aye.
Is online voting available?
Yes, it is.
I'm not seeing the online vote.
Would everyone like me to record the vote?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Let me know when you're all set, Anissa.
All set, motion passed, 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 4, we need to consider Resolution 442 for suspension appeals. Can I have a motion to consider Resolution 442?
Aye. Or,
Commissioner Malloy,
so moved, rather.
second.
Second. Second.
Commissioner LeBron. Any comments or questions regarding this resolution? Can we have a verbal vote?
Aye.
And can we vote online?
I went ahead and marked unanimous.
Let me know when you're all set.
You are all set, 7-0, motion passed.
Okay, item number 5, next we'll have an update from the Auditor General, Anissa Henry Wheeler.
Before I start this evening, on behalf of Commissioner Adams and the CIGR Committee, there is an update to the legislative agenda. I believe Marisol is going to assist with that.
Good evening, Commissioners. Included in board docs is the Changes made to the legislative priorities, you have a track change version, and then you have a clean copy that's included. District Clerk Rahima Wynn and I met with Jennifer Pyle, the Executive Director from the Big Five, and based on the budget release, there are some changes that we'd like to introduce in the legislative priorities. I'll go through them one by one and then answer any questions that you have for that particular priority. So the first change that we're making relates to the foundation aid. There is an increase in the budget for foundation aid. However, $4.06 million of that has been created as a set-aside for tutoring purposes. We are opposed to mandated set-asides. The decisions on funding should be made locally to meet the district needs and to make sure that we are addressing them and the unique needs of our district. The tutoring set-aside specifically is already being addressed through federal relief, title, and general funds. And so we wanted to make sure that that is outlined in the legislative priority. Do you have any questions on that?
I just want to update too, that one of the advocacy pieces related to charters that has come up is that she is proposing to lift the cap in New York City, which lots of folks are really upset about. But I just wanted to put that out there because that has already come out on record from her. And there are groups advocating, obviously on both sides, but for all of us to be aware of that as well, that the cap, she's proposing to lift it.
And that reflects the next change that we did, Vice President LeBron, and it's to outline specifically the impact that charter schools are having on the district, where 25% of our student population, or 7,400 students, are in charter schools presently. So it's important that our legislators understand the implications that overall included. Under social emotional health services, the governor cut $1.2 million for the school health services grant funds, and so we are including the urgency that these funds be reinstated. So when Dr. Peluso addresses the legislature tomorrow, he will also be including this recommendation to reinstate the $1.2 million. So that's reflected in the new legislative priorities. We also made some changes where we removed the $100 million in funding request for Recover from COVID school program. According to Ms. Pyle at the Big Five, that is something that is still in a wait-and-see path. So we removed it. Under teacher shortages, we made some changes to the language because the governor has already included the extension for the retiree earning waiver. We are requesting that that waiver also include operations staff so that they can be hired as retirees and not be penalized for earning over $35,000. And then finally, under this positive school climate bill, the bill that we had listed has not been reintroduced, and so those bill numbers are null. Therefore, what we are including is advocacy for suspensions, solutions, not suspensions, and hoping that another bill is introduced under that title. Those are the changes that we are asking that you vote on. Any questions?
So basically, does anybody have any issues with these adjustments to the priority? Hearing none.
Motion
Is there
to
a second?
amend the legislative priorities as mentioned and described on record.
Second.
Second, okay, President.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just to verify, it was the motion by Commissioner LeBron and the second was by Commissioner Elliott, President Elliott. Perfect. Thank you. 7-0 adoption. In the interest of time, I did have a graduation follow-up audit, and the intent and the spirit behind this is just to talk about all of the work that administration has been done to really start knocking off these recommendations. And while there are none that we've actually considered complete, many of these items are substantially complete and are really waiting for final comments, feedback from the building principals and other constituents, et cetera. But there's been a significant amount of work and sweat equity in trying to coordinate, update systems, put things that needed to be maybe automated and make them available to everyone on a recurring and current basis. That happened with the ASAP manual, which was a really nice lift. There was also a lot of work on a course catalog. They're working through some of those changes with the various buildings. There were a lot of exception reporting that was performed to allow visibility to various things that were identified within the audit. There were system enhancements that were looked at, and there was just quite a bit of work. There's some items that have not yet become due. Those items, a few of them are in process. Some of them have additional items to take place. The one item that has some work, although the work has commenced, it's not close to completion yet, but they still are anticipating the change in the GPA work will take place, and the deadlines will be pretty close, very much met. That is something that is a work in process. So I didn't want to go through each and every slide. The document is out there for you all to see. If there are specific questions, certainly we can address those, but I just wanted to recognize the administrative team for all of the work, considering there's recommendations everywhere. But they really did do quite a bit of work, and in the various areas where we did provide updates, we certainly were able to get artifacts and really test the things that were put in place. And in cases where we were partially complete, we weren't able to say completely done because there's feedback or some adjustments and minor things that need to still happen. But in a lot of cases, we updated those areas, and we really saw great work done. And I just wanted to make sure that since when I was able to comment on the various concerns in graduation, I did want to let you know that there's great work going on in this particular area. That concludes my report on this particular audit. I would like for the adoption of Commissioner Patterson.
Can I have a motion to accept the graduation audit follow-up report?
So moved.
Second.
Was that,
President LeBron, correction, President Elliott and Vice President LeBron. Yeah. Moved by President Elliott and seconded by Vice President LeBron. Can I have a verbal vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'm able to record that marked unanimous for everyone. We are all set with that resolution.
Okay. Let's see, item number 6. The board will convene into executive session, which is closed to the public, to discuss matters leading to the appointment of a particular corporation and to discuss matters of concern with the general counsel as permitted by section 105 of the Open Meetings Law. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I heard the President Elliott, and seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Remind my fellow colleagues to complete the meeting survey.
All in
All
favor?
All in favor?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Okay, all in favor? I'm sorry.
Aye. I don't know, that might be a new record. I'm just trying to get complimented.
So we're in executive session.
Yes,
Yeah, Are we going downstairs or back into that room?
I believe you're going downstairs.